Horticulture New Zealand are all on. Okay. Do I have to do a health and safety briefing to start? I think we can just start. So
It's wrong anyway.
it is wrong. We can't go to the
way.
space shuttle house. It's all blocked off. So we'd have to assemble across the road.
Well, the new briefing is essentially panic.
Fine. Good morning. Sorry, we couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, good morning. I have issues with my headphones sometimes, so please let me know if you cannot hear me at any point and I'll troubleshoot.
Thank you. No, we're all set. So we're in.
Great. Well, as you know, my name's Miss Ford and I am here with Horticulture New Zealand. Online as well, we have Lynette Wharf, our planner, who you'll hear from later on today, and Leanne Roberts, our industry person, is also online just in case you have any questions, but she isn't planning on presenting evidence for this particular hearing. Hopefully, I sent through our legal submissions about half an hour ago, so hopefully you've got those in front of you.
Well, we've got a slight problem in that ORC has run out of ink, literally.
Oh no. Okay, well, in that case, I will run through the entirety of my legal submissions. Then they're reasonably short, and I'll just make sure, let me know if you do want me to skip past anything, but otherwise, yeah, I'll run through them as I've written and you can refer back to them once the council has gotten some ink.
Well, we've actually got electronic copies for us.
Oh, great.
Hearing on a phone, so you fire ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So as you heard from me last week, I'll present these legal submissions in two parts. The first part, just some overview stuff, and that'll refer to the homework that I was given last week. And then part two will address HortNZ's approach to the urban form and development chapter of the pORPS, and some high-level submissions on highly productive land. And then you'll hear from Lynette Wharf after that. So last week, you asked me to provide some practical solutions to the issue of integrated management across the two hearing processes. So this one, non-freshwater one, and the freshwater hearing that's coming up later on. So as we noted last week, we're not critical of the High Court decision to split the processes, and understand that it was necessary to provide for the freshwater process under the RMA to be undertaken while also providing for the standard process for the non-freshwater parts. It is self-evident that the RMA requires integrated management of physical and natural resources, and as such, documents produced to give effect to the RMA's purpose and principles must likewise ensure integrated management. In terms of some practical solutions to ensure that integration across the processes, we've got two main suggestions really, and that's that the freshwater planning instruments hearing could be the same panel as the current hearing, and if this is not practically possible, then as many panel members as are available to sit in both processes would be desirable, and at the very least the same chair. We consider that this would ensure that there is continuity and consistency across the two hearings. And secondly, alignment of the timing of this process and the freshwater planning instruments process would be helpful. And we wonder whether any thought has been given to the timing of the decision making in this process and how that ties into the timing for the freshwater process. And for example, it would be extremely helpful if the council was able to provide an updated pORPS prior to the freshwater hearing that includes any decisions or amendments made by this hearing process, so that submitters can produce evidence on an updated version and consider the changes made by this process. We appreciate that there may be some logistics to manage in relation to this, but it would be greatly enhance the ability to ensure integrated management across the two processes. Now, moving on to part two of these submissions, the topic specific considerations. And at 10, I'll start with plan structure. So Horticulture New Zealand submits that rural areas and their associated activities should not fall within the urban form and development chapter. These areas and activities are distinct from urban zones and the issues which are relevant to urban living and hence should sit within their own chapter. The national planning standards require a regional policy statement to include a urban form and development chapter, and there's no similar requirement for a rural chapter. However, the national planning standards provide for an RPS to address matters that are not included in the structure table. Therefore, there is nothing prohibiting the pORPS from having a dedicated rural chapter, and this is supported by Ms. Wharf's evidence. pORNZ, amongst other submitters, raised concerns with the inclusion of rural matters within the urban form and development chapter. The Section 42A did consider these concerns, however, ultimately recommended that a separate chapter for rural issues was not required. Ms. Wharf rejects the Section 42A conclusion and recommends that such a chapter should be added into the policy statement for a number of reasons, which are outlined in her evidence. Ms. Wharf asserts that different issues are faced in rural areas compared to those in residential zones, and hence rural matters should be separated into a specific chapter. pORNZ submits that Otago Regional Council should introduce a new rural chapter. This would allow rural zones and activities to be appropriately managed, given their separate needs to urban zones, and would appropriately give effect to the national policy statement for highly productive land. Now, moving on to some brief submissions for the MPS HPL, we will delve a little bit deeper into this in the upcoming Land and Soils hearing in April, but just to give you a high-level overview of what Horticulture New Zealand is seeking. So, and this is at 15. While the MPS HPL had not been gazetted at the time of notification, every local authority must give effect to it on and from the announcement date, commencement date, which was October last year. However, each local authority has some time before the mapping required by the MPS must be undertaken. The MPS HPL seeks to protect highly productive land for primary production uses. The objective and policies provide clear avoid policies against inappropriate subdivision, use and development of HPL to protect these areas of land and provide greater security for our growing population. The singular objective of the MPS HPL is to protect highly productive land for use in primary production. The MPS HPL is best implemented in a new dedicated chapter which provides a clear focus on rural zones and associated activities such as primary production. Ms. Wharf deals with the numerous reasons for a dedicated chapter for rural matters in her evidence, and some of these reasons include the fact that there is no existing MPS to guide the provisions for rural areas. The issues facing rural areas are distinct from those in urban areas. The same can be said regarding activities undertaken in rural areas which are largely non-urban in nature. The drivers and issues in each area are also distinct given the geographic and demographic makeup of rural and urban areas in the Otago region, and the National Planning Standards descriptor for rural lifestyle provides for primary production activities to be undertaken in rural lifestyle zones, indicating that these zones are part of a rural area. And moving on to the highly productive land definition. In its submissions, pORNZ sought an interim definition of highly productive land, which includes land use categories classes 4 to 5, as well as classes 1, 2, and 3. This definition should provide for productive land in the unique central Otago climate, which is particularly suited to horticultural purposes. This transitional definition would remain in place until the obligations under the MPS HPL have been fulfilled and the ORC has matched the relevant HPL of the region accordingly. Now moving to 20, which is the specific submissions on urban form and development. Many of the remaining issues deal with the need to expressly refer to reverse sensitivity and to recognise highly productive land within the pORPS. These steps ensure that food production within the region can be maintained and grown at the rate required for both domestic food security and export. The urban form and development chapter focuses on the development of urban areas to allow for strategic planning that gives effect to the higher order documents under the RMA. To fully realise this focus, pORNZ's submissions suggest the removal of provisions dealing with rural zones into that dedicated chapter, along with further minor amendments that clarify and strengthen the existing provisions. Undertaking such amendments ensures that integrated management is achieved. So I'll just run through some of these main changes that we've sought, and Ms. Wolf will also detail them as well. So urban form and development, objective 2, development of urban areas. Hort NZ submitted this objective should be amended to refer expressly to the rural-urban interface, and you'll see the suggested changes there. This was deemed superfluous in the Section 42A report. The evidence of Ms. Wolf recommends the amendment noted above, given that the focus on the section is on urban areas, and hence it is not immediately clear that incompatible activities may include cross-boundary issues. So that's why we've sought that one. Strategic planning. Hort NZ sought to include highly productive land within clause 2 of this chapter. This was considered unnecessary by the Section 42A report, and the clause was subsequently recommended for deletion in its entirety in the supplementary Section 42A. Hort NZ's position remains that highly productive land should be expressly referred to, and this position is supported by Ms. Wolf's evidence. Given the more recent gazetting of the NPS-HPL, Ms. Wolf considers that it is appropriate to account for highly productive land while undertaking strategic planning. Therefore, and in light of the recommended deletion of the proposed clause 2, Ms. Wolf supports an additional clause as follows, and that is to say, avoids to the extent possible urban rezoning of highly productive land. We note, however, that if the proposed rural chapter is accepted, it may be more appropriate to move this clause into that section. Objective 4, development in rural areas. Many of Hort NZ's submissions on UFD 04 have been dealt with through the Section 42A recommendations. However, specific reference to reverse sensitivity within this clause was not addressed by the report. Moreover, the clauses as drafted do not effectively convey which types of rural activities should be considered appropriate for the areas discussed. Reverse sensitivity should be dealt with in the objectives and to guide strategic planning and zoning in various district plans, and to in turn ensure that areas of importance to existing primary production are not compromised by urban spread. Ms. Wolf provides suggested amendments to UFD 04.2, which capture reverse sensitivity effects as a consideration to be taken. And that's set out in the legal submissions there as well. Ms. Wolf discusses in her evidence why she does not support the recommended changes to Urban Form and Development 04.3 and instead proposes amendments, and those are set out in that italicized paragraph there. This would ensure that the objective provides sufficient guidance on appropriate activities within rural areas. If a rural chapter, again, is sought by Hort NZ is accepted, this might also be more appropriate in that rural chapter. Strategic planning. Hort NZ sought express reference to highly productive land within this policy, while the Section 42A recommended additions to deal with incompatible activities. Highly productive land was not specifically included in this. The evidence of Ms. Wolf supports a specific reference to highly productive land. Ms. Wolf considers this as especially appropriate given the gazetting of NPS-HPL, and Ms. Wolf provides proposed wording for such an additional clause as follows: avoids to the extent possible urban rezoning of highly productive land. Rural lifestyle and rural residential areas. Hort NZ sought changes to clause 3 of this policy to better clarify the effects management approach to be taken regarding rural production. Hort NZ also sought for reference to primary production activities where they occur in adjoining zones. These submission points were not directly referenced in the Section 42A report. However, proposed changes do intend to clarify the link between activities and the relevant rural production zones. The Section 42A report considered that this clarification reflects that values will necessarily be impacted in rezoned areas during the transition from rural to lifestyle zone and further to residential or urban zones as towns and cities continue to evolve. While these changes go some way towards addressing Hort NZ's concerns, Ms. Wolf considers that further changes would provide greater clarity around reverse sensitivity effects. Ms. Wolf supports the submission of Fulton Hogan and provides a draft clause, and that's also set out. And again, if the rural chapter is accepted, then this might be a consideration to move into that chapter. And finally, on principal reasons, pORPS sought changes to the wording of the principal reasons that would better reflect rural areas. This submission was considered unnecessary by the Section 42A report, which asserted that the principal reasons sufficiently captured the importance of rural areas for rural activities. The evidence of Ms. Wolf discusses how the proposed wording does not place sufficient focus on rural activities, and hence Ms. Wolf continues to support pORPS's proposed wording. In conclusion, food production in the Otago region is of unique quality and importance for the rest of New Zealand due to both the position within the domestic food supply chain and the amount of export quality fruits and vegetables produced in the region. It's important to represent the industry within the pORPS to protect food supply and food security. pORPS submits that food production, food supply, and food security should be better recognised throughout pORPS by ensuring highly productive land, rural areas, rural activities, and reverse sensitivity effects are adequately referenced. The evidence of Ms. Wolf acknowledges the progress made towards recognition of rural zones, primary production, and reverse sensitivity, but as can be seen by her evidence, the pORPS does not quite go far enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. You may be interested in terms of the proposition that you put to us in the overview in the part one of your submissions, that it's almost directly opposite to one of the suggestions made to us by Dr. Somerville, which is going to be expanded upon, where he suggested we adjourn until the freshwater panel had reached its conclusions. But no, look, thank you for those thoughts, and we're obviously going to be receiving other thoughts from other council, and clearly there's going to be a spectrum. You're at one end at the moment, and Dr. Somerville's at the other. Thank you. There may be no. I have no questions. That was very clear. Thank you. And so we turn to Ms. Wolf now.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good morning. I trust you can hear me okay.
And indeed, Ms. Wolf, and as soon as you speak, you come up on the screen and we can see you. So we're
right. And apologies for not being there in person. I actually had flights booked to Dunedin, but I decided it was too risky to try to get in and out of Wellington at the present state of time. So I'm here by courtesy of Zoom. And you have a copy electronically of my statement, do you?
Do, and similarly as for Ms. Ford's submissions, we've got electronic copies in front of us. So you take us through that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this statement is a summary of my evidence in chief and my rebuttal statement in relation to the urban form and development section of the non-freshwater parts of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. I'll address at a high level my proposed approach to highly productive land, which is relevant to the urban form and development section, but the substantive matter will be addressed during the land and soils hearing in April. And lastly, I'll respond briefly to a couple of matters that were raised yesterday in the hearing. I was listening in on some of the discussion. The focus of my evidence is on the provisions for rural matters which are included within the urban form and development chapter, and for which I seek a separation of rural and urban. Submissions on the chapter highlight tensions that exist between different users of the rural area and a range of expectations. And to me, this is exemplified in the principal reasons which state rural areas are attractive as residential living areas and for other non-rural activities. The focus on rural living opportunities and other non-rural activities rather than primary production activities, which are the predominant activities in the rural area. I consider that the national planning standards, particularly the zone descriptors in the zone framework standard and the national policy statement for highly productive land, inform the context for the rural area. These higher order documents recognise the importance of primary production in rural areas and the contribution that they make to the region. excuse me. Last week, adhering to, the Commissioners indicated an interest in understanding further my position on inclusion of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. Counsel for the Council yesterday provided an overview of the MPS HPL, and I won't go over it again. But the question that arises is how the MPS HPL will be given effect to in the Otago Regional Policy Statement within the scope of submissions made on highly productive land. And in that respect, Hawke New Zealand made a number of submissions which provide scope for changes to incorporate the MPS HPL. Of particular relevance is how highly productive land will be defined in the policy statement, given that the Regional Council has 3 years to undertake the mapping of HPL. Until the mapping has been undertaken, the default position is that all LUC 1 to 3 land is classed as HPL. An assessment would need to be undertaken for any rezoning, subdivision, or activity requiring resource consent to be undertaken on this land, with the MPS HPL setting clear criteria as to what would be appropriate on that land. The supplementary 42A reports propose provisions in the UFD chapter that would implement that approach by including policies that avoid, to the extent is required by the MPS HPL, rezoning, subdivision, rural lifestyle and activities on HPL. While the MPS is directive, the regional policy statement needs to be clear how the MPS will be given effect to within the region. So I support clarity in the policy framework for this. In addition, I've sought additional interim provisions for class 4 and 5 land, which may be classified as highly productive land based on criteria proposed in LFLSP 19. The provision is based on the evidence of Mr. Ford about the location of horticultural activities on class 4 and 5 land, and I understand you should have been provided with an updated map of Mr. Ford's, and the pressure of subdivision and rural lifestyle that this land is under. Such a provision would require an assessment based on the criteria in the policy, and if deemed to be highly productive, then the provisions of the MPS HPL would apply. This is additional to the MPS HPL requirements, but is in response to a specific issue in Otago, particularly in central Otago. And further evidence on this matter will be presented at the Land and Soils hearing. However, it is relevant to the UFD chapter as I seek that the references to LFLSP 19 be retained in a number of the UFD provisions to provide a cross-reference to the criteria in the policy to enable assessment of potentially highly productive land that is LUC 4 or 5. I also seek additional references to highly productive land in UFD 03 and P1. In terms of my evidence on urban form and development, I'll address it in 2 sections. A, the need for a rural chapter, and then amendments sought to the UFD chapter. So the need for a rural chapter, in my evidence in chief, I set out the rationale for this rural area to be a separate chapter. The point of seeking a separate provision for the rural area is to ensure it is appropriately recognised for the role and contribution to the Otago, which is distinctly different from the urban area. This differentiation is further highlighted by the MPS HPL, which has an objective to protect highly productive land for land-based primary production. I do not consider that bearing rural provisions in an urban chapter gives due recognition to the importance of the rural area for the region. Now, I've based my position on an assessment of the national planning standards for the regional policy statement structure. I note that the council yesterday has dismissed my evidence as not mandatory, necessary, or desirable, or even pointless. Reference at paragraph 49 by the council is made to the national planning standards that a topic in part 2 should apply predominantly to only one topic, therefore meaning that other topics can be included. Predominantly indicates that the major topic is dominant or superior and prevails over other matters that may be included in that topic. In my opinion, the rural issues for the region should not be placed in a subordinate position. By separating out into a separate chapter ensures that due recognition is given to that topic. Integration occurs across a range of chapters in the regional policy statement and could equally apply when necessary to the rural chapters and other chapters with which it interfaces. In terms of the changes sought to the UFD provisions, my approach to the UFD rural provisions is to better recognise primary production through management of reverse sensitivity effects and providing for rural production and rural industry. The zone descriptors in the national planning standards inform this approach for the general rural zone. Areas used predominantly, that word again, for primary production activities, including intensive indoor primary production. The zone may also be used for a range of activities that support primary production activities, including associated rural industry and other activities that require a rural location. And I should just by note here say that the term rural industry is defined as meaning industry or business. So it's wider than just an industrial activity, and it could include contractors' yards, trucking depots, tractor servicing, the type of rural services that you would anticipate. And they're all encompassed within that term rural industry. So we need to be clear that it's wider than just an industrial activity. I recognise that the rural area includes more than rural zones. Consider that the zones encompass the major activities within the rural areas. And Appendix 1 of my evidence sets out the changes I seek to the UFD provisions, and I'll just go through them briefly. Ms. Ford's outlined them, but I have some additional comment. My evidence supports amending UFD Objective 2 to expressly refer to the rural interface because the focus of the section is on urban areas. It may not be immediately clear that incompatible activities may include cross-boundary issues. In terms of UFD 0 Objective 3, I sought the addition of a clause regarding highly productive land. I noted in the discussion at the hearing yesterday that the objective may be better classed as a method or policy rather than an objective. If such a change is to be considered, it would be appropriate to include highly productive land in UFD Objective 2, so there is a recognition at an objective level of how the NPS HBL will be implemented in respect of urban zone land. In respect of Objective 4, it's an important objective in terms of the rural areas. The objective is recommended to be substantially rewritten, and while I support some changes, I consider that the objective could be further improved. And I seek amendments to which capture reverse sensitivity effects as a consideration in respect of primary production. I set out there the change that I suggest. Also, in terms of clause 3, I seek that operational need and functional need are retained. Operational need and functional need are both defined in the national planning standards. Operational need means the need for a proposal or activity to transverse, locate, or operate in a particular environment because of technical, logistical, or operational characteristics or constraints. And functional need means the need for a proposal or activity to traverse, locate, or operate in a particular environment because the activity can only occur in that environment. Clause 3 of Objective 4 is to provide for areas for primary production supported by rural industry and ensuring that other activities are appropriately located. Given the description of the rural zone as including activities that require a rural location, inclusion of operational need and functional need assists in describing what are appropriate activities. An activity locating in a rural zone should not only not compromise the productive capacity, but also have a need to be located in a rural area. And therefore I support the retaining of the words operational need and functional need in the objective. Policy 1 is similar to objective 3 in terms of inclusion for the recognition of highly productive land with urban rezoning. In terms of policy 4, I seek that the reference to LF-LSP 19 is retained as I've set out above. Policy 8, rural lifestyle. In my evidence in chief, I support the approach in the Otago in the proposed RPS that seeks to limit rural lifestyle adjacent to existing or planned urban areas. I understand the concerns of Dunedin City in terms of the impact of rural lifestyle adjacent to the city limiting future growth. However, the intent of the policy is to ensure that rural lifestyle is not pepper potted across the region by being managed within specific zones and having ready access to employment and services. This is a different approach to what has traditionally occurred and is in response in part to the adverse effects arising from scattered rural lifestyle throughout rural areas. The inclusion of a rural lifestyle zone within the national planning standards provides the direction for this approach. Along with the constraints arising from the NPS HPL, the regional policy statement seeks to better manage the location of rural lifestyle development. Rural lifestyle can adversely affect horticultural activities through reverse sensitivity, sterilisation of land and fragmentation. I recognise that there is resistance to this change, but consider that it's appropriate for the RPS to provide clear direction about the form of rural areas and the location and nature of rural lifestyle developments. And just by way of side comment, I note Ms. White in her summary paragraphs 12 to 16 states the position of various people. In Ms. Simpson's rebuttal, she suggests that additional direction re non-adjacent development may be appropriate, and I consider that might be something worth exploring by the panel. I have sought changes to clause 3 by splitting it into minimising impacts on existing primary production and rural industry and avoiding the potential for reverse sensitivity effects. Such an approach will ensure that primary production activities are not adversely affected by rural lifestyle development. The principal reasons demonstrate the focus that currently exists for the rural area. The changes I seek to the provisions lead to a need to refocus the reasons and place more importance on the role of primary production in the region. Just in terms of some other issues, Ms. McIntyre's rebuttal evidence has raised concern with my approach to highly productive land and respective Maori land. The NPS clause 3.9, which you worked through yesterday, provides for activities on specified Maori land as an appropriate activity. So the limitations of the NPS HPL will not apply. Therefore, I do not consider that including provisions for highly productive land will limit use and development of Maori land. I note that the Ministry for the Environment have produced a guidance note with information on what the NPS HPL means for Maori and Maori land, and this may assist in clarifying how the NPS HPL is intended to provide for Maori land. Just comment briefly on a couple of matters raised in the hearing yesterday. The definition of horticulture. The definition of land-based primary production on the NPS HPL means production from agricultural, pastoral, horticultural, or forestry activities that are reliant on the soil resource of the land. A question was asked by the panel as to whether horticulture includes viticulture. Horticulture does not represent viticulture growers, and so makes a distinction between horticulture and viticulture. However, the RMA in Part 9A freshwater farm plans includes definitions for arable land use, pastoral land use, and horticultural land use. Horticultural land use is defined as means the use of land to grow food or beverage crop for human consumption other than arable crops or flowers for commercial supply. In this definition, viticulture is included as a horticultural land use. Question has arisen about whether a tension already exists with the rural interface that the RPS needs to address. Reflecting on this, I was involved in the RPS 2019 process, and one of the key issues was how should rural land be managed given a range of expectation from a range of submitters. This led to a suite of policies that sought to manage such expectations. I'll highlight just a couple which are relevant to this hearing. The 2019 RPS has policies for identifying significant soil and managing significant soil, which include LUC 1, 2, and 3, and also land of significance for primary production. Policy 451 provides for urban growth and development that includes having regard to providing for rural production activities by minimising adverse effects on significant soils and activities that sustain food production. Objective 5.3 seeks sufficient land is managed and protected for economic production within Policy 531, providing for rural activities in rural areas, including enabling primary production, minimising the loss of significant soils, and restricting incompatible activities that are likely to lead to reverse sensitivity effects. Collectively, these objectives and policies were developed to respond to the issues identified and highlight the tensions that were evident at the time. Such a tension is not a new issue, and in my opinion, is an appropriate issue for the RPS to address. Then just briefly, some comment on the NPS HPL 3.10, the exemptions for highly productive lands subject to permanent or long-term constraints. The panel asked questions as to how 3.10 and the NPS may apply. December 2022, the Ministry for the Environment published a guide to implementation that may assist. The guide indicates that 3.10 provides a pathway for rare circumstances where the HPL is subject to permanent or long-term constraints such as access to water, contamination, natural hazards or climate change related hazards, non-reversible land fragmentation. An economic analysis will be required to demonstrate the impact of the constraint on the economic viability of land-based primary production. And just a comment on the redrafting of the UFD provisions, the panel has indicated to Ms. White and Ms. McEwen that a redrafting of the UFD provisions should be undertaken by the end of March. I consider that such redrafting should involve all planners who presented evidence on the UFD chapter. A caucusing approach would expedite the redrafting process, especially given the consideration to which the HPL should be included in the provisions. And happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. And the way you've approached issues that were raised yesterday has been helpful and probably will reduce the number of questions you received today.
Can you just excuse me for a moment? I need to shut a door to stop some noise. Just a moment.
It's pretty much reduced all of my questions.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. And we'll start questions with Mr. Cubitt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. And as the chair indicated, your supplementary evidence has been very helpful and useful because it's pretty much condensed my conditions down to almost nothing. My question. But I am interested in your views around the need for a rural chapter. It does seem rather bizarre to me that we have a chapter on historic heritage, for example, which is a nice thing to have, but we have a region that's 99% rural and provides probably a huge base to our economy, and it's not recognised as such in the plan. And when I look at the urban form provisions, really the only connection that the Section 42A report says they're interconnected. And well, everything's interconnected, but in this context, to me, it's really the interface of the rural and urban boundary that is really the only issue I can find in that urban form chapter, which you raised some concern with. But in reality, that's always going to be there. It's always has been there, and it's always going to be there. So I wouldn't have thought that was a significant enough reason to actually throw rural land use into an urban form chapter. And is that your view? Because you do raise issues around the I guess the reverse sensitivity on compatibility at the boundary, but that's something that would have to be addressed when urban rezoning proposals are considered. And it doesn't really need to involve a rural chapter as such.
Well, I think all the district plans are do cast their mind to that rural interface, and I know Central Otago, which I'm particularly familiar with, that is a very key issue, that they seek to have a very clear demarcation between the urban and the rural expressly for that purpose. So it is something that district plans will cast their mind to in their zonings and in their provisions within their plans. So having the direction in the RPS is useful.
Yeah, but I guess the point of the question was that seemed to be the only integration between the two I could see in the urban form chapter.
The other point would be what has been raised by the MPSHPL in terms of provision about rezoning of land, a highly productive land, but that can sit in the urban chapter standalone, with a separate rural chapter.
Yeah, we have pretty strong directives from that MPS, so and I think there has been concern about how that's reflected in the plan, but hopefully the redrafting or potentially caucusing may address that issue. I guess the only sort of other issue, and you do refer back to the national planning standards, that functional and operational need. Now, I've dealt with that in various capacities, and it does cause some sort of issues in the rural zone, because if you've worked in the rural zones in Otago, as you obviously have, they are kind of considered almost as industrial zones, because there are a lot of small towns in Otago, and they don't always have distinct zonings like you would expect in Dunedin or Queenstown. So things tend to happen a bit more by resource consent. And quite often things go into a rural zone in those areas. They're not necessarily related to rural resources as such, but they just need a large area to operate in to create effects. So no one's near them, and they have space in those sorts of areas. What you're kind of promoting may sort of curtail that a little bit. I just wonder if you had a thought around that. And I guess associated with that is Mr. Kewen's request. I can't remember what policy it was, but it was around rural industry, where I think the RPS may use the word facilitate. She was concerned about that this should be facilitate inappropriate locations, which is, I guess, another issue to consider. Do you have any comments around that?
I do, because I think what the national planning standards were trying to do was to address some circumstances that had arisen in other areas in the country where the rural areas have become a repository for boat builders, aluminium joinery manufacturers, childcare facilities unattached to the rural area, all manner of activities that were compromising primary production activities. And so this description in the rural planning standards is to an extent in response to some issues that have been emerged in other regions of the country, and of course it applies across the country, so you're captured by it by default. The point of raising the issue about the definition of rural industry to be industry and business is that the scope of rural industry is quite broad, and many of the activities that would seek to locate in a rural area would come under that gambit of the definition of rural industry. So I don't think it's potentially as limiting as it may seem when you look at that actual definition. Activities that are totally non-rural with no rural connection. I understand what you're saying, that in some, and I know you're familiar with Clutha, that some of those activities have to go through a consent process to locate in the rural area. And I suppose, given the importance of primary production, it's an appropriate, I consider it's appropriate that such non-rural activities are assessed as whether they are appropriate. And it will be up to the district plan to provide some guidance as to how that will apply. And the different district plans in the region may take a different view on that.
Yeah, well, you did right in that, because as an example, in the DCC here, I was involved in a process that may give some context to this. It was an agricultural machinery company, and what they did was import tractors and all that sort of stuff and sold them onto farms, but also had, obviously they you could consider them part of their business as a contractor's yard, because they go out and maintain those things, and the tractors etc. come in and be maintained. But they also had to wanted a testing area where they can test all their equipment, which meant they probably needed about 4 hectares. Now, as we did, that would have a functional connection or need to be in a rural zone, but it could also go in an industrial zone. But from an economic perspective, it really didn't stack up in an industrial zone. It ended up getting turned down in the Environment Court because the connection wasn't strong enough, if you see what I mean, in terms of that functional need, because there was a possibility it could go in an industrial zone. So that's the concern around sort of those strict sort of definitions, when practical common sense would tell you it should be located in this particular zone.
I would tend to agree with you. I'm surprised that it was pushed into an industrial zone.
Yeah,
because to me that comes within the gambit of a definition of rural industry.
I would have thought, but then that's the issue you get into with local interpretations, I guess.
I suppose that comes down to how the district plan applies the direction from the RPS, and the district councils in the region may all apply it slightly differently.
Well, that particular council used the locational and operational connection. I'm just looking at table 18 on the national planning standards, and that's that district spatial layers standard. And in the zones description there, it talks about the function, because you've highlighted table 13 and what the general zone and rural production zones are about.
Yeah.
But I noticed in that spatial layer table, it does refer to controlling those activities that are incompatible. So to me, it would suggest that this doesn't prohibit that occurring.
I agree with you. It's about the connection to the rural area and the incompatibility, and how the activity interface with the rural surrounding primary production activity is managed.
And you mentioned in your supplementary evidence, a range of policies in the operative regional policy statement. Is there scope for those to be worked into the current RPS? Were they a part of your submission originally, or?
No, they weren't. I was the process to develop the 2019 RPS was long and convoluted and much debated. But and what I was trying to demonstrate is that the tensions that exist and have existed over time and how they were resolved. But Hort New Zealand didn't specifically seek that those policies were translocated into the new RPS. I'm unsure if other submitters have.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Yeah, I just want to take you to the section under other issues in your evidence today.
Yes.
In particular, and you need to remind me about Ms. McIntyre's rebuttal evidence and what the issue was there, because I'm assuming that the guidance note that you referred to later on, the Ministry for the Environment guidance note, which I'm not familiar with, is a way of getting through some of that.
So my understanding is that Ms. McIntyre considers that the inclusion of avoid policies for the MPS HPL would mean that there would be limitations on use of Maori land. My view, in having looked at it, and the section 3.9, which provides a list of activities that are deemed to be appropriate on highly productive land, and specified Maori land, which you discussed yesterday, was one of those activities that are deemed appropriate. So I'm not convinced that inclusion of a policy to avoid as a first priority, or whatever the qualifier may be, will limit use of Maori land in the way Ms. McIntyre anticipates. So, and I thought that the MFE guidance may assist on that.
Can you just let me tell me a bit more about the actual guidance note?
Oh, so let me pull it up. It's the guidance note is, it's a 4-pager, and it covers implications of the MPS for types of land owned by Maori, and it goes through the definition of specified Maori land, general land owned by Maori, land returned under treaty settlements, land returned by other means, land within a specified Maori purpose zone, and how the HBL will apply for each of those. And it certainly does not see that use of that land will be limited by the MPS HPL.
Good. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. Some of it, Alan, most of my questions have been dealt with by your by summary statement, but just following up on Rose's question, and I've just got clause 3.9 of the MPS HPL open.
Right, let me find it. No, I can't find it. Yeah.
It does say that the measures in subclause 3 are applied, and if we go to subclause 3, it does place a responsibility on territorial authorities to take measures, and it lists A and B there.
Yes.
And then it says in 4 that they must include objectives, policies, and rules and their district plans to give effect to this clause. So from reading that, it doesn't seem quite as sort of cut and dry as what you've presented. Would you agree with that? That there is a sort of an extra extra step that through district plan, through clauses 3 and 4 there.
That's potentially correct, but I would think given the guidance that's been provided specifically on the Maori land, that the TAs would follow that guidance to enable that development of Maori land. That would be my anticipation of the TA process. But you're correct, there is a caveat for clause 3 to apply.
Sorry, you can probably hear we've got a little bit of noise at this end at the moment.
Can you hear me or?
Yeah, no, we can hear you fine. We've just got a number of sirens outside. No, I think that largely covers it for me. Would you be able to send through a link to that guidance note?
Yes, the link is attached, is included as a footnote in my statement.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh,
Excellent.
that link doesn't work, but I've found it. I can send it to
Oh, sorry. If it, and I've also referred, included a link, and hopefully it'll work to the guide for implementation, which I referred to section 3.10, but you may in fact find it interesting to look at the full guide. It's quite a long document, but it does sort of flesh out some of the issues.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
Thank you for that reference to part 9A of the Act in relation to that horticulture issue. And I was intrigued to see that that it's the definition of horticultural land now includes the growing of food or beverage crops, because under the Town and Country Planning Act, and I'm old enough to have practiced under that, the big worry when I was acting for viticultural interests in Marlborough in those days was where there was a limitation on using land at high value for production of food, was whether or not the growing of grapes for wine actually fell within that or not. Nobody ever challenged it, but it was a serious concern for the wine industry at the time. And that's obviously been reflected in this broadened definition now in part 9A. So thank you for that reference.
I thought it might be useful.
Now tell me, there was a little discussion yesterday about what clause 3.9 to C encompassed in terms of the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land, which is the one that provides for an exception for use or development that is for a purpose associated with a matter of national importance under section 6 of the Act. And it just raises a question of whether or not section 6E or how broad that would be. Do you have any views on that, or have you turned your mind to that?
I haven't really cast my mind to that, and no, I can't give you a direct answer, but I'm happy to actually look at that a bit further, and especially in terms of the guidance for implementation the Ministry have provided, which may be able to assist, but I could provide a written response if you would like.
Look, you've drawn our attention to that guideline, and we'll have a look, because that presumably will also address that provision of subsection C. It'll be interesting to see what it says. Thank you for the reference. The only, I just want to move, if I could, to the broader issue of whether or not there should be a rural chapter. In terms of that 2019 operative regional policy statement for this area, was there a separate rural chapter there?
The structure of that regional policy statement was quite unique, and it didn't have specific, structure was around issues, not areas. So there wasn't even an urban chapter, but there were specific rural policies and specific urban policies under issues. So it's difficult to compare the structures. But it was very explicit that rural was recognised in the policy framework.
Because if you look at the issues in this regional policy statement, and I'm about to do something that's forbidden, which is looking at the blue shaded areas, those issues 15, 16, when one couples it with one that I can refer to, which is number 11. Well, actually,
Yes.
that number is wrong.
Or 4.
At page 106. SRMR.
Yes, confusion is always an I.
Yeah, but then it's a little where it should be 18. Sorry, 20. Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm reading 9 as being. You were saying that's right.
Issue
Okay.
9.
Okay, well,
The genius is in Wellington.
yeah, I better rephrase what I've been saying to you in that case, because the blue shaded ones are 5, so they're I5. I was reading
Yes,
I6,
yes,
and then if we look at I11, which is the cumulative impact and resilience, those 3 issues seem predominantly to be pointing, when one is thinking of a region that's predominantly rural issues that you would argue then should lead to a rural chapter.
yes, and there's SRMR 4, poorly managed urban and residential growth affects productive land, treasured natural assets, infrastructure and community well-being. And it's recommended that there's some addition to that issue regarding highly productive land. And I've also suggested that there could be further amendments to that issue as well. I think I discussed briefly last week to identify the importance of rural.
Because on the one hand, I suppose in a spectrum type approach, you'd say, well, a regional council really doesn't need to have particular chapters addressing either urban or rural land use activities, because in reality, its functions are relating to aspects other than those aspects being dealt with in district plans.
Well, unfortunately, the planning standards have prescribed the format of regional policy statements, regional plans and district plans, and it may not be truly reflect how it's viewed within the region. So you're sort of in a bit of a straitjacket in terms of structure and looking for the flexibility to make sure it reflects your region. So I understand the constraints that you're under. Have I lost
We
you?
would like you to be rather critical of the just possibly the way that your language was framed and your evidence about what I may be being unfair on you, but which I seem to recall was really an attitude in respect of rural lifestyle, of ad hoc rural lifestyle development. But you acknowledge that there are areas of land, usually lower elevation, if I put it that way, spurs that will be closely adjacent to highly productive land, but where rural lifestyle, the topography is still sufficiently gentle that rural lifestyle is a possibility, so that you may get demand for utilisation of those spur areas, elevated spur areas in or reasonably adjacent to what might otherwise be highly productive land.
Certainly, the scattered rural lifestyle does present some issues, and that's why I referred to the rebuttal evidence of Miss Simpson, which suggests that there could be some other criteria that apply for where rural lifestyle may be appropriate, other than the adjacent to urban areas. Because I think what's happened in the past has been this very scattered approach, which has led to considerable adverse effects right across the country. And so if there's spurs that are able to be adequately have a demarcation and the adverse effects across the boundary are able to be managed, that may be appropriate. But in central Otago, you've got issues with the noise from bird scarers and frost fans that lifestyle dwellers object to. And so therefore the location of lifestyle adjacent to production areas can be quite problematic. There's quite some issues in an area just out of Cromwell where there's quite an area of rural lifestyle with major orchards surrounding them, and there's constant friction because of the tensions between the two activities.
So, yes, I'm certainly well aware of that from Marlborough as well. And final question, just looking at your evidence overall and a number of the planners in relation to this particular chapter addressing that reverse sensitivity issue, there seems to me to be constant repetition throughout the objectives and throughout policies. I didn't bother counting them up, but I would suspect there'd probably be 5 or 6 or maybe even 8 provisions all addressing reverse sensitivity. Wouldn't it be more sensible to just have the one reverse sensitivity provision, whether it's an objective or a policy, framed to address that issue?
I think you raise a really valid point, and I would hope that any review or rewrite of the chapter would streamline how those provisions are, how reverse sensitivity is managed through the provisions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walton. You've been very helpful. Now, Ms. Ford, where are we at?
That's it for us, commissioners. Unless you've got any further questions, we're good to go.
Thank you very much. Been very helpful.
Thank you very much.
So we're on to the department conservation. Welcome back, Mr. Ross.
I may just quickly run through where I understand I'm at in terms of my evidence. And one, I will just go back. We didn't attend historical and cultural values. We're very, very limited evidence on that. I would just note that I was recommending one change to include recognition of historic areas or historic places under the Heritage New Zealand Whakahē Act, and I understand that Ms. Fenimore has supported that with some wording to make it clear that it's essentially for the avoidance of doubt, so it's kind of a catch-all at the end, and I'm very comfortable with that. In terms of urban form and development, my evidence really had one significant issue which it raised, in terms of UFD 01. And that was about the proposed removal of the term significant values and features. And really my concern had two parts to that. The first is really, if you like, sort of a matter of principle or approach, is that limiting by limiting consideration to significant values and features, and for example, with Indigenous biodiversity, you will always have areas that are significant natural areas, but you also have values that are more dispersed. And I'm thinking, for example, urban form should be taking cognizant in respect of coastal areas, riparian margins, and not necessarily just where they would meet that sort of significance criteria. So I don't think limiting those considerations to only those matters which are significant would make for good urban design. And my secondary concern, which is perhaps a lesser one, but just in terms of the drafting, I note that throughout the rest of the RPS, there are matters which are obviously of significance, but where the wording used is outstanding, high value, so other terms are used, so there's a mismatch in terms of the drafting. So that's really the two key points that I have. I would just note, sorry, I've been in, as a few other parties have been, in mediation in Marlborough, so I haven't been able to fully watch the proceedings here, if there are other matters that have come up, but I'm open to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brush. A lot of matters have come up, but I really only had one question. Not so much a question really, given your issue around removing the reference to significant values in that. Given the approach taken by the plan and the fact that it is about integrated management, surely when an urban area is council's going through the process of expanding or creating a new zone, they have to look at all those matters anyway. So surely that you don't really need to. That's about urban form and function at objective 01. So that's about what happens when it's actually being created, what happens in there. Are you saying there's text from what happens in there on those values, or is your concern more about objective 2 when you're developing those areas? Because in that case, you'd have to consider all those issues that you raise anyway.
I think my concern is at what you might call the early stage, and so that would be, for example, at district plan, looking at zoning, for example. And my view is that urban form and design does need to take into account all of those other values. And I guess this is sort of that sort of fundamental question that was diverged a bit in integrated management, of whether to what extent the RPS should include links and references and signposts, or whether it essentially is completely silent on that and relies on the fact that the RPS is to be read as a whole. My view is I have concerns about relying on the RPS being read as a whole, and that where links across references are useful, I think it both makes it easier for the plan user, but also makes it more certain in terms of the effectiveness of the plan, because you've got less risk of things being missed, which is maybe not what should happen in theory, but it is what happens in reality.
Yeah, and that's largely been the debate about rural land uses being in an urban form of development. People are going to miss that. They're not going to know it's there.
Yeah, and I would support that.
Yeah. That's all I had in basis of your evidence. Thank you.
I think my questions were again similar to what Ellen's just been exploring with you, so thank you.
I would say I got quite dizzy reading your paragraphs 238 to 244 of Mr. Brass initially, because you were seeking retention of that reference, and then later saying that the word significant needed to go, etc. And it wasn't until I reread it about 2 or 3 times, and it got confused, even more confusing, because you said, I have significant concerns with removing this reference.
Apologies.
But just so that I finally got it clear, in essence, what I understand that you're saying in all those paragraphs is that, look, the ORC section 42A report misunderstood what we were meaning. What we were meaning was just correcting that, remove the word significant, keep in the values and features, and in fact adding the word or, so that it's not limited to just significant. Yes, okay, good as gone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
And Raymond Stown.
Morning. My key issue reversed in my evidence is really a small one, and my evidence quite simplistic in terms of the approach to this chapter. I traverse this topic in section 9 of my evidence, starting at page 29. Just wanted to note, as I say, at paragraph 9.2, that in submitting on these provisions, Ravensdown focus was twofold. The first area of focus, given the presence of the Dunedin works and a number of stores in the region, was to ensure that industrial activities in both urban and rural settings are appropriately provided for. And the second area of focus was to ensure that those areas can continue to be used for productive rural activities, including rural support activities. In the context of where we got, I'm comfortable that the provisions, they may not be succinct and clear, but they provide that clarity in terms of Ravensdown area of interest. So therefore, my 2 remaining matters are really the definitions of urban and rural area. And if we go to paragraph 9.6 of my evidence, I had an amended definition for urban area, and the sole focus of that is to clarify that when you're referring to industrial zones in the urban area, I thought there was a need for clarity that it's industrial zones were located in areas that are urban in character, because we know that there are industrial activities in industrial zones in rural settings. And then my other request was that to remove the definition of rural area. I didn't think it was needed, particularly as the definition means any area of land that is not in an urban area. I thought that was a bit too simplistic, because there are other areas of land that aren't used for rural activities in the region, and a lot of the objectives and policies focus on rural activities. And an example of what I'd consider non-rural land in the region is conservation land. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just really the urban area definition, just from my clarification. I understand what you're saying there. I think it's probably the sort of Boone's freezing works in down Clutha would be an example of that, wouldn't, what you're saying there, because you wouldn't really call it an urban area, but it's got an industrial zone in the middle of the rural zone, and it came before the zoning. Yeah. The zoning was put there to kind of protect it later, if you like. So that's what you have.
Yeah, because you sometimes get those spot zones.
Yeah. And
Provide
quite
for
often
it.
those industries will arrive before there was zoning. So, yeah. Ravensdown, got anything like that in the?
No,
rural-
it's not. It's
No,
as
you're-
you Ravensdown, we're urban.
Yeah.
You're just down the road, or they
Yeah.
are just down the road.
Yeah.
So,
But there's no, because actually near that present works, there is a fertiliser depot that's not owned by Ravensdown, is that?
I would have to keep, sorry, I don't have, it's Anna's forte.
Yeah, okay, no, that's what I was just trying to clarify there, thank you.
Oh, I've had questions on it. Thank you very much. Oh,
Thank you.
we're very early.
I've just spoken to Kirsty O'Sullivan and she will be here at 11:15.
Okay. All right, cool. We're breaking away. Sorry, I was looking at the screen. What's that all? How are you?
Morning, good, thank you.
We're in your hands.
Do I need to push anything?
Just press the right hand button.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for providing the opportunity for me to speak to some of my evidence this morning. I appreciate this is the first time here for this panel presenting evidence with respect to OAC's Queenstown Airport Corporation submission. So if it would be useful for the panel, I'm happy to provide a quick background around some of the planning context for Queenstown Airport before getting into the urban form and development matters. Alternatively, I appreciate that you guys have a very long hearing schedule and you might want me to go straight to the point of the end and straight to the urban form and development.
Look, it would be helpful. I'm not an Otago person, so
Okay. All right, to help with that, I'm just going to circulate a few maps. I did hope to have a map of the designations themselves, but the printer was not playing ball this morning. So if you need further detail, we can always pull it up on the screen. All right, so while those are being circulated, I'll just check off. So my name is Kirsty O'Sullivan and I'm an associate with Mitchell Dash Limited here in Dunedin. Over the past 13 years, I have 13 years experience in resource management, and over the past 9 years, I've been focusing on providing consultancy advice with respect to regional plans, district plans, policy statements, plan changes, etc., etc. Now, while this isn't an environment court hearing, I confirm that I have read and agreed to comply with the environment court's code of conduct for its good witnesses. So Queenstown Airport, it's the main airport in Queenstown Lakes District, and it's the primary takeoff and landing point for much of the aircraft movements in the district. The airport itself accommodates aircraft movements associated with scheduled flights, so that's Air New Zealand, Jetstar, etc. General aviation, so smaller propeller planes, and helicopter operations. Queenstown Airport is managed by the Queenstown Airport Corporation, or QAC. And QAC is a network utility operator and a requiring authority in terms of section 166 of RMA. Under the Queenstown Lakes District Plan, QAC holds two designations, an aerodrome purposes designation and an approach and land use controls designation. So the aerodrome purposes designation essentially covers the airport land holdings, and the purpose of that designation is to protect the operational capability of the airport, while at the same time minimising the adverse environmental effects from aircraft noise on the community. And that's an important matter for today's hearing. In that particular topic, one of the maps that I've circulated, which I realise I haven't kept one for myself, but the one that has, this one here, I don't know if you can see that, it's got red and green lines on it. Yeah. So that map there is showing the aircraft noise boundaries that apply to Queenstown Airport. Now, the reason I'm raising that in the context of the designation is because the airport's obligation to manage its effects from aircraft noise sit within the designation. So these contours in that respect are a point of compliance for the amount of noise the airport generates. I'll come to it later, but these contours also act as a land use trigger as well for resource consent for land use developers. The second designation, the approach and land use controls designation, is this map, these two maps here with the lines on them. And these designations essentially provide an obstacle limitation surface around the airport. So they define 3D surfaces within which the airport tries to avoid any protrusions going into those surfaces in order to protect the safe operation of aircraft approaching and departing the airport. So that's the purpose of those two designations. Going back to the Queensland Lakes District Plan, that plan is currently under review and has been since about 2015. And QAC has been and continues to be actively involved in that process. The proposed RPS is therefore really important because it provides guidance around the resource management outcomes that will ultimately need to be achieved within that proposed plan. So of particular relevance to this hearing is the planning framework that applies to the management of reverse sensitivity effects at Queenstown Airport. So if we turn to this map, which is the one with the green and red lines. In the operative plan and the proposed plan, they both contain objectives, policies, and methods that either seek to avoid or prohibit the establishment of new activities sensitive to aircraft noise within these boundaries, or alternatively, in recognition of existing development patterns around the airport, there is the enablement of some activities sensitive to aircraft noise within those boundaries, but that's typically subject to development controls like density, acoustic treatment, mechanical ventilation, etc. Related to this, which is what I referred to before, is QAC does have those obligations on itself as well to make sure that it manages those effects of aircraft noise. As I mentioned, those are set out in the designation. It's not just about making sure it doesn't exceed the noise limits at these boundaries. They have to do things like operate under a noise management plan. They have to gradually retrofit existing buildings with acoustic treatment, etc., etc. The approach to managing reverse sensitivity and noise is therefore two-pronged. It's kind of the community obligations, which is design provisions, and then there's the airport's obligations, which is the designation. So that's kind of the high-level context. It's relevant to today's hearing. Prior to the next hearing that I appear at, I will obviously provide more context specific for that particular hearing matter. So if I just jump to the urban form and development.
And just before you do,
Yeah, sure.
just before you leave those maps, I'm intrigued by the north-south on the airport approach and protection measures, i.e. the height restriction. What are the north-south and sector extensions?
Sorry.
What causes those?
The
height restriction plan?
that one,
Bigger one.
bigger one.
That's a bigger one. Oh, yeah.
What was the question? Sorry. What?
The question is what lies behind the north and south extensions of those height restrictions?
What lies behind them? It's vacant rural land.
But
Oh.
what I'm meaning is what's driving it?
Oh, what's
Are they
driving it?
helicopter approaches
Yes,
or-
yes, sorry, yes. So that's the crosswind runway. So that's general aviation, so your propeller planes,
Right.
and your helicopter operations, but helicopter operations do also go other way as well.
So there's a north-south crosswind airstrip for lighter aircraft. Right.
Correct.
So I was unaware of that. Thank you. Any other
Any other questions on context?
No, not for the maps, but maybe some of the earlier stuff that I can deal with.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have much to talk about in the next section. It's largely agree with the sector police officer has got you. But as set out in my evidence in chief, albeit in relation to one of the infrastructure policy 15, reverse sensitivity effects are one of the most significant challenges for airports around New Zealand, and I do provide consultancy advice for a number of airports around the country. In my view, the intensification of noise sensitive activities establishing adjacent to existing airports ultimately results in poor planning outcomes for both residents and airport operators. It is also inconsistent with what I understand to generally be considered best practice land use management surrounding airports, as set out in the New Zealand Standard for Airport Noise Management and Land Use Planning, or NZS 6805. Despite this, there is increasing pressure to enable noise sensitive activities, particularly housing, to establish in close proximity to airports, and Queenstown Airport is no exception to that. It is in this context that I consider that Queenstown Airport as regionally and nationally significant infrastructure warrants protection from the adverse effects caused by the encroachment of incompatible activities and reverse sensitivity effects. It is for this reason that I support the recommendations of the Section 42A report officer with respect to objective UFD 02 subclause 6 and subclause 9 and UFD policy 1 and UFD policy 3. While QAC did not submit on the methods, I note that method 2, or more specifically subparagraphs E and EA, provide further guidance around how reverse sensitivity effects and incompatibility matters are to be managed insofar as they relate to regionally and nationally significant infrastructure. So as a package, by the time you look at all of those lines, in my view, it's appropriate, but the relief sought by QAC and the changes recommended by the Section 42A report officer provide an appropriate level of recognition and direction around the management of incompatible activities and reverse sensitivity. So that is.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions around the reverse sensitivity in the urban form sort of area because we've been traversing those issues quite a bit lately. And you seem to be reasonably comfortable with where the reporters have got. But a lot of your earlier evidence, and sorry, I won't be that articulate because I've forgotten about a lot of it. But when you talk about limits in the E14 policy, I'm just wondering what, because that's been a big issue that's been raised. I just wonder what the airport's concern would be around that, given your designating authority, obviously. Are you concerned about limits coming into conditions on a designation through that process, or how do you? What's the concern from your specific client's needs, I guess?
Can I just have a moment to quickly reread over that section?
Yes,
of
sorry,
evidence?
I've just done it as well.
I wasn't anticipating on answering questions on other sections, so just be with me for a minute.
It's at your paragraph 613. 6.9, 6.13.
Okay, yeah. So I guess Queenstown Airport already has designations in place which do enable a lot of its activities, but they don't necessarily provide for all of its activities. So they do on occasion have to get resource consents. So then in the context of limits, it's just not clear what limits mean in a district plan setting. So is a limit a standard or what does that limit refer to? Because I think I can't recall, no, I haven't prepared for this, so I need to
Yeah, no, I understand, because it's just raising that issue has been raised by a lot of people. I just trying to work it out in the context of a designating authority, but you've kind of confirmed not everything. You can't designate everything within new areas, so that's where the concern is. So that's okay. So I don't need to go any further than that.
Okay.
And I was also related, interested in around the it was the year chapter around the visibility issue, I guess, and the safety thing you raised. And I was trying to put that in context to how the airport operates as well. And I'm assuming that would be possibly it'd be in around your approach paths and stuff like that. So mainly air discharge, so industries, that sort of stuff would be the concern.
Yeah, so can't recall which airports off the top of my head, but some airports around the country do have limits, or there are standards and plans that relate to velocity of discharges from stacks and etc. in case it affects the
turbulence of the air.
Yeah.
And flight paths. The other issue from here is the dust matter. So dust has an adverse effect on visibility, but also engines as well. So it's just making sure that the policy is broad enough, if I recall correctly.
Your concern was that, I think, section 42A suggested, or means it covers that, but you're saying no, it doesn't really.
Yeah, I think it just needed a couple of additional words to make sure that there was enough in there that
Yes.
if there's regional plan rules or district plan rules, there's enough policy guidance there to get controls in the plan that relates to that.
How far out would you envisage something like, is it just the approach paths that are designated, or is it a bit wider than that, or actually that one is? You wouldn't be experiencing issues in that one would be more around the sort of urban environment.
Correct, yeah,
Yeah.
that would be my understanding. I'm obviously not necessarily an expert in the flight paths and etc. But yeah, it would be where the aircraft are operating at lower altitudes.
Yeah.
The other challenge in Queenstown, however, and this is where these particular figures are interesting, is that the land naturally penetrates the obstacle limitation surfaces. So
Quite scary flying into Queenstown sometimes. You wake up and you think, there's land right there and there's land there too.
yes, correct, yeah. And when you consent things like weather stations and you see them, you're like, oh, that's why they needed that weather station, because it's right there on approach. But yeah, anyway, the topography naturally penetrates those areas. So it could be further out, given that if somebody's doing something up on top of a mountain and they're going to generate a lot of dust, for example,
Yeah, okay.
although that's possibly unlikely given the outstanding natural landscapes in this area,
Yeah,
but not
a lot of-
impossible.
A lot of recreational facilities are located.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just keeping that in mind. So it could be that broader area as set out in that other figure.
The only other sort of, and it's more of a comment, you have highlighted in terms of the heritage matters that section 6F has qualifiers to it. And I guess what you're saying is that they're not really recognised well enough in this is in relation to heritage, in the actual policies and that section. They don't really follow through and determine what is an inappropriate use and development. Is that kind of your main concern? You have recommended some change, but we have the chart to really get my head around.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would need to refresh my memory there too, but if I provide you with context around that, the Queenstown Airport Corporation land holdings contains a number of heritage features. There's a couple of memorials which are on the entry road to the airport. Those aren't HPT listed, but on the northern side of the runway, there are some scheduled heritage buildings. The airport has been doing some work to restore those, and they are looking at master planning, considering as part of the master plan, considering what adaptive reuse might be able to be undertaken within those buildings. Whilst the designation would provide for them to do that, if they occupy those buildings and use them for an airport purpose, the reality is a heritage building isn't really going to fit within an airport purpose. So it would likely be a third party who would do something in that area. So that's the context around the changes.
So is there no thought of completely removing or demolishing those buildings?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
They are category 2.
Yeah.
And the airport has spent quite a bit of time and money restoring those. In fact, I think their statement of intent recognises both buildings, and it actually stays in their statement of intent. We will integrate the future use and protection of these important heritage assets and buildings into airport master planning and development.
Okay.
So that signals to me that they are looking to remove those.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, and nothing to do with urban form, sorry.
I have a pointless question. Really. What is the sort of lifespan of a airfield? Is there such a thing?
No. if,
He owns a farm at Terrace.
Not at all. No, I just wondered, I was looking at these and the comments earlier on about flying into and out of. And I wondered if there was such a thing as a lifespan of an airfield. Is it?
it's not something that I have given much thought to, if I'm entirely honest with you. There is a significant amount of investment that goes into something like an airport. It's not just the assets on the ground, there's a whole lot of stuff that happens up in the sky and up in the surrounding mountains. So it would be a reasonable, it would be a pretty significant decision to be made if one was to close. But yeah, I haven't thought about
All right,
that
thank you.
particular question.
I'm going to do what Mr. Cubitt did and ask you about 613. There was a particular sentence in there that I was interested in, where you were talking about, in fact, activities could exceed a limit. The net gains could be positive. And what are you meaning in that regard in the Queenstown context?
This comes back to that, you know, what is a limit? Is it a standard? So, you know, if you're thinking of a district plan, you might exceed, well, you might not necessarily, if I use heritage as an example, you might not achieve a standard in the heritage provisions. But overall, the restoration of those might be a positive outcome. So in that context, you might have your net gains, but you've exceeded a limit because it's a standard. So it's just kind of getting clarity around what are those limits. Are they bottom lines, which is quite a different context in a regional context, but then in a district plan context, what does that mean? And I think it's all coming back to me now. I think that the methods actually that relate to that might qualify the limits to ecosystems. Let me just check that. And it could be that you draw that some of that language from the method into the limit to clarify what the limit is referring to. Just bear with me for a second.
Your discussion was really following on INP 14, and which stated that when preparing regional plans and district plans, preserve opportunities for future generations by, and then identifying limits. And that was what led to your observation. I'm just while you're when I read that sentence and was thinking about what you were concerned about, I was sort of contemplating a situation where a new aircraft type might create a noise that was, say, 1 dBA over your inner contour, and but you would then say, well, really we are exceeding it by 1 dBA, but it's got a greater capacity. We're moving passengers more quickly, or whatever it might be. Is that the cause?
No, it wasn't in that context. And just to clarify, because I know that aircraft noise is a particularly topical discussion in the Queenstown context. In that respect, the Queenstown Airport Corporation has confirmed and committed to not exceeding or looking to change its aircraft noise boundary for at least the next 10 years, and that's set out in their statement of intent. Right. So they have provided that commitment. So that's not something that is referring to or anything like that. Yeah.
Just two other questions, and I'm back to the maps. Yes, I'm sorry. There were two other issues. One that arose out of an oral comment that you made that the noise contour map was leading to, you said, I think I picked you up as saying retrofitting of noise insulation by the corporation.
Yes.
And so is that within the inner noise contour, isn't it?
Yeah, so there
I don't want to go into great detail on it, but
that's right.
Mm.
So any building that existed prior to the contours becoming operative, which was March 2013, let's just say 2013, because I can't remember the exact month. Any building that existed and contained activity sensitive to aircraft noise at that point in time, that will be provided with acoustic treatment, and that could be insulation or it could be mechanical ventilation to achieve an internal sound environment of 40 decibels. And that happens over time. So the airport monitors its noise, and then if within the year coming, they look like they're going to reach a noise limit of 60. So as the contour kind of reaches a house at 60, that's when they start retrofitting to 60 dBA. Yeah, the requirement to retrofit only applies out as far as the 60 dBA noise contour. It doesn't go all the way to the outer control boundary.
Was that a volunteered provision? Or was it an imposed one?
No, it was a volunteer provision. It's generally adopted by most airports around the country to provide kind of treatment to that 60, or the airports that are involved in, I should say, to provide acoustic retrofitting.
Well, it's good to hear, because I was involved a couple of years ago in Marlborough, Nelson, Christchurch, and trying to get that voluntary offer was very hard in those days, 30 years ago. Final question was just in relation to your figure 2. I was never, again, just on those experiences, I hadn't seen an engine failed takeoff surface delineation.
Often not labelled. Yes, if you find yourself flying over Lake Hayes, hold on to your seat.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr.
The chair loves maps, by the way.
Ah.
I'm always looking at maps.
Good to know. Good to know.
Thank you.
Can I push this button?
Yes.
You're going to be
Next, or what are we doing?
We're moving to DCC and Ms. Simpson will be available at 11.
Yeah.
Thank you. So who are we hearing from today?
Good morning, the League City Council, Paul Freeland. First of all, apologies for not being here on Monday. Thank you for accommodating us by this short spot here today. We're trying to be brief. It's Mark Morsley, who's our heritage expert. We'll really give evidence for this hearing.
Thank you.
Mark Morsley, DCC Heritage Advisor and Team Leader of Advisory Services. So just to read the evidence that has been submitted, it is around historic heritage. And Mr. Freeland here, policy planner of DCC, has submitted evidence on behalf of DCC. And I'm just talking to some specific aspects of that relate to the 2-tier classification for scheduled heritage buildings. So specifically paragraphs 12 and 17 from Mr. Freeland's evidence. So the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement has indicated that historic heritage could be classified in 2 tiers, so having special or outstanding historic heritage and also just historic heritage. So the DCC plan as it exists at the moment is a single tier heritage schedule, and it comprises approximately 760 schedule entries. Moving to a 2-tier classification would require that we would have to reassess those existing schedule entries to determine whether or not they qualify for being special or outstanding. So there's substantial work required to undertake that work, and that will reduce the resource on staff and funding for external consultants to do that work. And diverting that resource will actually mean that we have to prioritise reassessing existing schedule entries over identifying potential new schedule entries. So in paragraph 10, I set out some key reasons for why my preference would be to retain a single tier classification. Point A, sorry, the extent to which the reassessment work would meaningfully contribute to the physical protection of built heritage that demonstrates heritage values. So redoing work that has already been done. Point B, the substantial work required to reassess all existing heritage schedule entries to implement a 2-tier schedule. And C, the fact that this work will reduce the capacity of DCC to identify and assess potential heritage items. So essentially what we're looking at doing is redoing work that has already been identified on the schedule entry, as opposed to continuing to do future work and increase the schedule. To move to paragraph 11, the term special or outstanding is a reference to the Heritage New Zealand Pohuri Tonga Act 2014, in particular the threshold for category 1 historic places. So the 2GP district plan already includes heritage provisions around category 1 buildings or historic places, and has different activity statuses for those. So in effect, we are providing a high degree of heritage protection for places that have been identified as special or outstanding already. Paragraph 12, proposed an alternative which allows territorial authorities such as DCC to retain a single tier heritage schedule and couple this with specific district plan heritage provisions so that we can enable the intent of HHP5 managing historic heritage to differentiate between cultural heritage and cultural heritage with special or outstanding values. So essentially that would enable us to continue with a single tier heritage classification, but enable the management of the effects to be dealt with in 2 separate ways. And I've summed it up in point 13, really the preference is to maintain a single tier heritage schedule and to complement that within the district plan with specific heritage provisions.
I'd also just note that it appears that the proposed provisions are based upon what's in the natural built environment build, and the DCC is likely to submit some of the vein that build along the same line. They have recommended a 2-tier approach with some strange offsetting provisions for certain types of heritage, which we don't support. And so basing something on something which hasn't been tested or approved at a higher level is not necessarily the best basis for having it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. In terms of, for example, if I was a plan auditor and I came and looked at the DCC schedule, I'd almost say you probably comply with it anyway. I understand exactly what you're saying, because of the category 1s and 2s that are already identified, as you'll see. Category 1s are identified by HPT or Heritage New Zealand as it is now, and they are the significant ones. But I understand what you're saying there, because normally it's probably a question for significance is actually assessed when you go to do something to those, so you're going through the consent process. And that's normally where it sits, isn't it? And it's always been that way because, well, as you guys know, I know a little bit about going through that process, and there's a hell of a lot of work that goes on involved in that. If you had to do that for 760 or whatever it is, well, you wouldn't have time to be here.
But, and the main issue for us as a district council is actually getting heritage items into our plan so they're afforded some protection. Any protection. The fact that we treat them as one tier is just the way that we manage things, and you're correct. But that, it's the significance of that heritage item at the time that someone wants to actually apply for consent that that comes into consideration. So they aren't all treated as equal, they're case by case, but the main thing for us is getting them into the plan so they're afforded protection. But if there's a delay in doing that, for whatever reason, that's a risk to heritage.
In terms of your suggested approach, and it's actually in your evidence, or you add in a bit to APP8. And I don't know if you're following online, but we did have some discussion around that particular criteria, because the RMA definition, which is in the RPS of historic heritage, lists those. How many markers? How many is it? 5 or 6 of them. Yeah. But this criteria has brought in the Heritage New Zealand criteria, which expands that. And we had a discussion around a number of those factors. And I haven't been to Rose House, but it's probably a beautiful house, and it could. It's just because it's beautiful, it could be added in on that list, and it kind of has the potential to extend. It's not actually a heritage issue, but that's what it's saying it is. And I guess probably from a planning point of view, Paul, is that appropriate?
Well, the criteria for what is a heritage item and whether it can be considered for inclusion in the plan are well stated, and there's a process to go through for that. And councils go through those processes, and depending on the site or the house, etc., it goes through that process. So I don't think it necessarily is a problem if it's listing the criteria which are already in the Act.
It's not in the Act, it's in a different Act.
Okay, but
a different authority that,
as you've remarked, the two-tier process is basically picking something up from the Heritage New Zealand Act anyhow. So, and it would be disingenuous for us to say that we don't refer to that in doing our assessments and basing our criteria for what is heritage.
yeah. Okay. So there is a link that you guys in practice, that's what you do.
Yeah, and we have a separate set of criteria under the 2GP as well, and they are all very, very similar. So, for example, the 2GP talks about design significance, whereas the Act talks, the Heritage New Zealand Act talks about architectural or aesthetic significance. So the concept remains the same, but it's termed differently.
Well, I did wonder that because some of those things that I don't have in front of me, because we dealt with the other day, but they probably link into those other criteria in. It's defined in the Act. So that's what you're saying. There are linkages there that
the concepts run through all of the legislation. It's just that they are termed differently in each one, and it would possibly help for them to all be standard. But it's just the fact that of past that they haven't.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I do have further questions for Paul, but I'll leave that for now. Thank you.
When I first looked at this, it seemed to me that, excuse my phrase, but was a little more than just a workload issue here. I mean, you've got 760 existing buildings that you'd need to reassess, and I have a question about that. But now that I've a better understanding of the difference between how you deal and New Zealand Heritage does. But having got a wee bit more of a better idea, but what does reassessing 760 existing buildings mean? What do you have to do to?
Yeah, certainly. So picking up on the definition that the Heritage New Zealand Paere'e Tonga Act has, special or outstanding needs to make a comparative analysis between similar types of places and determine that it's got a higher threshold than the more typical type of building typology that it might be, for example, residential or a church, etc. So what we need to do is first of all look at that criteria to make sure that it meets the threshold, and then against those criteria and against the other similar buildings, is it special or outstanding in comparison to that? So it's a two-step assessment. So what we have done in developing the schedule that the 2GP already has is determine whether or not it meets the threshold as a baseline, and if it does, then it can be included. As you can imagine, the schedule that we have dates back a number of decades probably now. And so as the practice of heritage conservation has become more embedded in society, I guess, the techniques and the detail that's required is also developed as well. So some of those early assessments, we would need to go back and do a lot more work to enable us to make that comparative analysis to determine if it is special or outstanding. And I guess there's a practical aspect to that. What we are looking at on a day-to-day basis is resource consents that are coming in for people who are wanting to make changes to those places. And we're dealing with the effects at that point. So the assessment work is a very important body of work to identify and then protect places, and then actually managing the effects is a secondary piece of work that happens as development is occurring as well. So, sorry.
Is this unique to Otago, or is it the sort of thing that you might find in other parts of the country as well?
District plans around the country do treat this differently. So for example, in Hamilton, I think from memory, they had an A, B and C tier, whereas in Dunedin and the 2GP, we only have a single tier. So district plans have dealt with it differently. And of course, the Heritage New Zealand list, which has category 1 and category 2, is sort of formed the basis for how people may or may not have formed their district plans over the years. So everyone is a little bit different. There's not a single consistency across all of the districts.
If I might, I think you hit it now on it to a degree that it is a resourcing issue. And the other thing is if you rely just on the Heritage New Zealand classifications and their workload, waiting for them to decide if something's category A or category B or etc., that in itself can create the potential for loss of heritage.
Thanks very much.
I did have one of my questions before was around how the single tier approach works. So thank you for clarifying that. You'll be off the hook on that question. Nothing more from me. Thanks.
Mr. Freeland, just in your evidence in paragraph 7, have you got it in front of you? Yeah. You proposed a solution and to objective 3, and it stated that Otago's unique historic heritage contributes to the region's character, sense of identity, and social, cultural, and economic well-being is protected. And you requested the deletion of this protected and replacement by places and areas with special or outstanding heritage values or qualities are retained for future generations. And I just struggled with, my note was, isn't that protection?
So
have a look at paragraph 77.
Yeah. I think that change was mainly about the fact that we do allow for alterations and additions and changes to heritage under strictly managed heritage through the plan. So it's not protected in the sense that it's not able to be changed for various reasons. And also, I think we're just expanding it on there's places and areas were already there. So I think it was primarily around that we they are subject to change over time, replacing like materials, refurbishment, earthquake strengthening, and the like. And so maybe subtle, but
yeah, no, I can understand. Yeah, so you're really saying protection almost connotes don't touch it, whereas retain means you retain the structure, but you're allowing for whatever might be modifications.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Bill. Otherwise, I have no other questions, so thank you very much, and thanks for doing that.
Oh, sorry. I actually have quite a few questions for Paul. I didn't realize we're doing it.
Right.
Too late, Alan, sorry.
Yeah, and actually probably on the point that the chair's just raised, because I had the same sort of question around that, because section 6B, is it? Whatever, in the act.
Yeah.
That uses the qualifier and appropriate use and development, and I wondered the same thing there, and you raised that, I guess, in relation to policy 5, where you requested some changes there. Changing demonstrably practicable. I'm wondering if you could explain the difference there to me, and I guess it's in the context of that qualifier in section 6C, because demonstrably sort of means sort of it's clearly apparent, whereas practicable is able to be done. Did you have any?
So I think what we talked about in the negative is, it's not practicable.
Yeah.
So it's probably, I've heard language and different words used in different places throughout this process, but in the 2GP we prefer practicable to demonstrably, because we want to make sure that there's no, it's supposed to be a higher test in terms of what can actually change. If you can demonstrate that, I don't know how you demonstrate that you're not going to lose heritage values, but if it's not practicable to preserve them, e.g. you have to earthquake strengthen, or you have to replace some fabric of that heritage building because it's past its use by date, or the integrity of the roof is going to be the whole building is compromised. That's our preferred language. And that's as much as it is. As you'll probably hear, council has its largest heritage resource at the moment in terms of staff. We are very keen to manage our heritage appropriately, and we've got a lot of heritage work to do. And you'll appreciate that through variation 2 to the 2GP, the ability to protect residential heritage, for want of a better term, which hasn't been identified and specifically scheduled in the plan through a generic rule in areas where we're providing for intensification of residential activity, failed, I guess, through the submission decision appeal process. But it's certainly something which this council, the Dunedin City Council, is keen on ensuring that we preserve a lot more heritage in Dunedin City.
Yeah, but you also note in your evidence that you can't always say heritage. There are other matters to consider, and that flows into your changes. But I think you raised the hospital case, for example, and your change to policy 5. You've made a change there, and then you've added in policy subclause 4 is not practicable, taking out the completely avoided. And Mark will know where I'm probably coming from here, but that inappropriate use and development phrase and practicable. We know there are instances where public safety is an issue. The condition of buildings is such that it's just not affordable to do them up. I'm wondering, does that actually recognise that in this policy? It doesn't seem to me to recognise that, because it uses avoidance of some adverse effects, and the current section uses cannot be completely avoided. And sometimes you're going to have to demolish things completely. But there are methods that you can do to record what was there. And I guess that's mitigation, I suppose. But did you have a comment around that? Because I think the DCC plan does recognise public safety as an issue with heritage buildings from memory.
So there's a couple of points there. First of all, yes, we did raise the issue of public benefit outweighing the loss of heritage, and he rightly refers to the new hospital site. And we definitely changed our district plan to accommodate that loss of heritage for the public benefit of a new hospital in the city. And we think it's appropriate to have policies which reflect the practicality of sometimes we will lose heritage, which is, and we think that, wide public benefit is an appropriate situation we may consider a loss of heritage. In terms of safety, public health and safety is a aspect of our plan, and we certainly do. I do think we do manage safety and heritage situations as well. I mean, these are practical, pragmatic, real life things that actually happen within a city, and we have to manage them.
Yeah, and I guess you go on and policy 6, you have suggested an amendment there in terms of enhancing historic heritage, and what you're promoting would probably be the normal approach to an issue like that, wouldn't it? Encouraging the maintenance, ongoing use and adaptive reuse.
That's right.
If I can just go back, I think we addressed criteria and the 2-step approach. So the only other question I had was around the Waihi Te Puna section M2, your paragraph 71. I think it was about requesting cultural impact assessments. I would have thought that in practice that the change that's made there has probably actually addressed your concern, because in my experience, local Runaka, they won't request one of those unless it's a major development or it's going to have a major impact. Most things you do in areas of concern, to them, it's pretty much just consultation. Here's what we're doing, and they come back, give you a written approval, or suggest a couple of changes or conditions. Very rare that they do ask for a cultural impact assessment, isn't it? I think the proposed wording has sort of recognised that.
Sorry, I'm not over this point as it happens, but you're right. I mean, it would be a rarity that they would require one for something that was insignificant.
Yeah. And because we've got a little bit out of kilter, I'll just check if I have anything else. Understand your point in method 5 around the which I think seems to have been missed by the author. Archaeological sites are the classic there in terms of we don't actually know, in a general location there may well be some heritage sites of significance, but you don't know where they specifically are. So that's what you're trying to address with that amendment. Yeah.
I guess if I can add to that, it may be that it's preferable to not reveal the exact location of that as well, and just indicate that there may be some archaeological resource in a location.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Oh,
sorry.
You're not quite off the hook yet. If I can just take you, and most of mine have been covered. So if we just go to paragraph 88 initially, and you've suggested a new subsection 2B there. And when I looked at that in relation to subsection 6, which refers through to policy 13 in the EIT chapter, I did wonder whether there's some conflict there. You're proposing a reasonably enabling provision there, but if you go through the EIT policy 13, I think that there's a sort of one of those avoid as a first priority for infrastructure. And I just wondered whether you could consider that when you're proposing your amendment, and whether there's, I see there's potentially going to be a little bit of tension there.
You're probably right. We will have submitted on the avoid policies and the infrastructure section as well. And I think Mr. Garvin is on record as to what our thoughts are about avoid policies. There may be some tension there, but certainly while this looks like an enabling provision for things which are public benefit, and it is, I think it's much better to have it upfront and in this policy rather than having to cross-reference to something else and find some other way through. But
Just to clarify too, it's more overlap, I think, because, sorry, I wrote this when I read it, start of the week, or last week. The avoidance first priority was for infrastructure for nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. It was more around managing adverse effects. So, yeah.
no, I wasn't aware that it was a potential conflict at that time. Certainly, yeah, the 2GP has a policy of this nature. We're sort of covered by what happened with the hospital here in Dunedin. I don't know what situations in other localities, but were you to not make some provision for this, and you had a strong policy, regional policy statement that may make it difficult to lose some heritage for the public benefit of the community asset, for instance. So we probably moved aware of that conflict, but we may cover it if the infrastructure heritage.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Just moving through to paragraph 92, which relates to paragraph 6. And I see your suggested amendment there, and one of the consequences of that amendment is that consideration would only apply to plan provisions, whereas the original provision was applying also to decisions on applications for consents and notices of requirement and non-regulatory methods. Is there a reason why you don't think that they should be included there? I mean, do you think they're adequately considered elsewhere, or is it more that your focus is quite specifically on plan preparation?
It's probably a little bit of both. We are, as a district council, focused on plan provisions, and the non-regulatory methods we wouldn't normally have a policy or objective in our plans. That would be there for other methods, and so yes, that's probably our focus.
I just see a consent planner would look at it and say, "Oh, it applies to plan provisions. We're not going to have regards to that policy."
Well, the plan provisions themselves will, the provisions themselves will go back to a policy which should be in accordance and give effect to the policy anyhow within the plan. So it's not like there's no policy basis or any connection back to this.
Yeah. In some instances, though, it is helpful to go to the high order document where there's conflict of intention or clarification required. But I'll take your point on that.
Yeah, I don't whether you need to come all the way back to the RPS. You know, in the normal plan making process, the district plan will reflect the objectives and policies of the RPS, and we have to give effect to them anyhow. And obviously, as you hear from us throughout this process, if you have objectives and policies which are going to be difficult to implement through a district plan, next we will mainly hear from us in terms of our opposition to what's being proposed. Here, we're relatively comfortable with what's being proposed in the heritage space. I feel that our district plan probably is pretty much in accord with this approach already. We're just suggesting some minor changes, which would make it even more in alignment with our plan. So, but I don't see it. It's not a biggie from our perspective.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Freeland. I think you are able to go now.
Sure. Well, thank you once again for accommodating us, and we'll no doubt see you again. Thank you.
What to Elizabeth Simpson, thank you.
And we'll come back. Okay, there we go.
Ms. Simpson.
Good morning.
Hello, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Well, good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm Jake Robertson, one of the legal counsel for QRDC on this matter. As alluded to in our opening last week, QRDC does not intend to make topic-specific legal submissions on the UFD chapter. Just one thing I will note is I understand there was a lot of helpful summary from ORC in its opening yesterday on the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. And I think there was just a brief comment about viticulture as horticulture and meeting the definition of land-based primary production. And I just thought I'd clarify for QRDC, they've certainly taken the approach that viticulture is horticulture. And I don't think, from QRDC's position, it's not a contentious matter. So I don't anticipate that the panel would have any questions for QRDC on any legal aspects here. So I'll hand you over to Liz Simpson, who will speak to her evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our attention drawn this morning by Ms. Wolf to part 9A, which addressed that issue, and you might like to look at that sometime. Part 9A of the RMA, so on that horticulture, viticulture issue. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. Yes, I just have 3 points to raise. And this is just to highlight on behalf of the QRDC, one of the matters that I covered in my evidence in chief, and then 2 matters that I covered in my rebuttal. In terms of the rebuttal, I'd like to start with policy 8, the rural residential and rural lifestyle aspects, and limb 1 around its only that kind of development occurring adjacent to urban areas. I was listening yesterday to Dunedin City Council, and I did agree with the planner who was talking at the beginning around the concerns with that kind of development, rural residential development, only occurring adjacent to the urban interface. We also have had concerns and issues that have come up with things like fragmentation and a large number of landowners, and trying to turn areas of land that are rural residential or lifestyle into more dense urban developments. Some of the difficulties that we have also faced is around coordination of infrastructure and agreement of where stormwater and open spaces and road linkages should go, as well as all the staging and sequencing, and that is with structure planning and master planning, those kind of areas. In addition, it is actually that particular limb is in conflict with QRDC's district plan, and specifically our policy 22.2.2.2, and that is that development should avoid undermining the integrity of the rural and urban edge. We have a rule 22.2.1 that rural living opportunities are enabled in areas that can absorb development, as long as they protect areas of value such as our ONF and ONL, and that could be a suggestion, as I made within my rebuttal, on how we could sort of manage that particular limb and not just restrict it to the urban areas, but also specific rural areas if they meet whatever criteria is set. Do you have any questions around that aspect?
If you were going on to address other aspects, I think we just hear you out and then ask questions about anything, right? Okay,
thank you. The second point, also from my rebuttal, is around objective 4 and development areas. There has been a proposal put forward that that particular object should be reframed to include the word urban. So it says urban development in rural areas. My particular view and that of council is that this would reframe that particular rural objective to allow for urban development in rural areas, which my understanding is not what the intent of objective 4 is for. And what it's trying to do is to provide a framework that will manage that urban and rural interface. Again, if that addition of urban was added, that would conflict with council's district plan, especially around its definitions of urban development and policy 4.21.3. We have a definition that urban development is differentiated from rural development by its scale, intensity and dominance of built structures. We particularly would not like to see any form of urban development happening in our rural areas. And so we feel that the current objective and how it is framed is the correct one. My last point actually goes back to my evidence in chief. Section 6 of my evidence in chief about anticipated environmental results. There was an inclusion through one of the submissions of UFD AER 13, which is worded as inappropriate urban expansion and urban activities do not adversely affect the amenity and character of the region's rural areas. My opinion is that the use of the word inappropriate upfront shouldn't be there. I would like to suggest that if something is planned appropriately, then it wouldn't necessarily be inappropriate urban expansion. And it would be better worded if that word was removed and it instead read as urban expansion and urban activities are planned appropriately so as not to adversely affect the amenity and character of the region's rural areas. And those are all my points covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. And there may be questions.
Thank you. Not too many. Just in relation to the rural lifestyle issue that you've addressed in your rebuttal, if I can find it. I think you've added on to Mr. Brown's proposal there, recognising what you guys do in Queenstown. But we've had quite strong submissions from Hawk NZ. I'm not sure you've listened to them online, but they're concerned about the pepper-potted approach to rural residential development. So I was just wondering whether you had any comments around that, because I think when you read on in policy 8, there is a subsection that probably subsection 3, I think, that would take care of reverse sensitivity issues. But I'm wondering whether you've had any issue in Queenstown Lake around that particular issue, given how you approach rural lifestyle.
And so I sort of slightly missed some of the words that you said partway through that, but did you say the issue was that there was a concern that rural residential in potted locations around the district?
Yeah, and the impact that may have on rural activities in terms of reverse sensitivity. And it may not be an issue in Queenstown, but it's definitely an issue in, say, Central Otago, where you have a lot of horticulture. So you have frost fans and bird scaring guns and all those sorts of things. So have you experienced those sorts of issues?
I think in places like Gibson Valley, yes, we have had those absolute issues where there is urban style developments required in our viticulture area, and they have frost fans and helicopters, and so there is the reverse sensitivity and noise issues. Our particular chapter for Gibson Valley is quite strong in ensuring that those reverse sensitivity matters are looked after and balanced. And so whilst it does come up, I think our chapter is strong enough to deal with that in a Queenstown context. I don't disagree with the submitters' concerns, because when I first saw that particular limb come through, I didn't have any comments until I'd read Jess Brown's evidence, and then I did change my view on whether always situating it dead against the urban boundaries was a good idea, especially with my experience with the Te Patahi Ladies Mile master plan exercise that QRDC recently undertook, and some of the issues around that. And again, our district plan has been worded in such a way that we can find it can be appropriate in certain circumstances in rural areas, as long as it meets the criteria that we've set out in our district plan. But that for us is mainly around protection of our values around the ONL and ONF.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just in relation to, and it was actually in your primary evidence, before in relation to the NPS and HPL, we have concerns around that phrasing there. I think avoid as a first priority, and that it may not adequately reflect the exemptions that are available under the HPL NPS. So did you have any comment around that?
This is to do with UFD 04, development in rural areas.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just quickly read my. Yeah, I think I did have initial concern with how it had been worded, mainly in relation to how we manage our Gippsland character zone and the wineries out there. But I think the changes to reference more clearly highly productive land and the NPS HPL have sort of helped out in that matter for us. And beyond that, I don't really have any comments.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, was this a discussion? I'm not sure, perhaps Liz hasn't seen it. The question of whether avoid is the first priority, whether that covers the exemptions, that in some situations if land's constrained, then it can be developed. I think the question from the panel was, do you still support this wording, or do you think that there can be different or better wording to more appropriately capture the NPS HPL?
Okay, yeah, I understand. Yes, I think it probably could be reworded to be a little bit more direct, to directly to the HPL, the MPS HPL, and leave the MPS HPL to do the work around how we should be addressing and developing in those areas, and if it's suitable, rather than adding our own wording.
Yeah, it's very directive, so you can't really escape it.
Yeah, so that it may be seen as unnecessary if it'd be written the way it's written at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That's all I have.
One of the characteristics of urban growth, of especially new urban developments, is what you end up calling them, naming them. And in this case, I'm curious as to, because I can't find it, I looked for it, the origin of the name Te Putahi Ladies Mile. Are you able to tell me, or anybody able to tell me where the name came from?
Yes, absolutely. We were gifted the wording Te Patahi by our local runaka, and it basically means confluence, and it's to do with the two rivers, the Shotover and the Kawarau, and where they converge.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Makes good sense. Yeah, okay, thanks. That's all I had.
Yeah, no, any issues relating to rural lifestyle have been covered by Mr. Gibbett, so I have no questions. Thank you very much to the two of you. Thank you. So that concludes you for today, I take it.
Individual use of.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, I'll take another go this after lunch, 1 o'clock.
Possibly. They may not be available right at 1, but as soon as they're available after 1 p.m.
You'll let me know. Okay. We're underway.
And-
Ms. Colley, are you receiving? Can you hear us?
Kia ora.
You've
Got
come
the
up.
technology sorted.
Yes, thank you. You've come up on the screen, so we're in your hands. Thank you.
Great. Kia ora koutou. My name is Anita Colley and I'm here on behalf of Matakanui Gold Limited, who provided a submission on the regional policy statement. So by way of background, Matakanui Gold, who I'll refer to as MGL, have an exploration permit covering land in the Dunstan Ranges and have found some very high minerals values as a result of their work. As an update to my evidence pre-circulated, recently Matakanui have announced to the Australian Stock Exchange upgraded resource estimates of 3 million ounces, which is quite significant. So there is potential in this project for significant economic benefits to the Otago region. MGL's interest in the RPS is in relation to the provision of recognition for the benefits of mining and management of adverse effects. Firstly, more generally on the provision of recognition for mining in the RPS, there is some recognition for other activities that have locational or functional constraints. Mining must similarly locate where the resource exists. The RPS acknowledges that mining contributes around 4.5% to the region's GDP, so there's no dispute over economic significance. Minerals are also necessary for many modern aspects of modern technology. So I consider it appropriate that the RPS provide recognition that mining contributes to social and economic well-being of Otago communities, and that this activity is constrained to locate where minerals resources exist. I consider this approach is compatible with appropriate management of effects of mining. Moving specifically to the UFD chapter, the Section 42A report did acknowledge the policy gap for mining through some recommended amendments to policy UFD P7 clause 4. I prefer the approach of a new policy similar to that drafted by Oceania, which I've referred to in my evidence as UFD PX, and that's at para 5.12 of my evidence. And I prefer that new policy because I think it provides greater clarity. If the panel does prefer to amend UFD P7 clause 4 per the 42A report recommendations, I have proposed some edits to that policy, which I consider improve the clarity. And they relate primarily to the use of terms and definitions. So MGL did also submit on the matter of mining being included in the definition of primary production, and I agree with the 42A report recommended amendments to use the term land-based primary production, consistent with the MPS HPL. However, there does leave a gap in the definitions, and to address that, I recommend that the definition of mining that is included in the Crown Minerals Act is included in the RPS, and then the term mining is then used consistently through the RPS. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Colley. We'll start with Alan Cuba.
Afternoon, Ms. Colley. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
That's the reason you haven't got your decision yet, sorry.
That's okay.
I was interested in your update in terms of the mineral potential in that particular area. Could you put that in the context of, say, Macraes?
Yes, I can, because I've literally just come from a meeting where we discussed this very matter. So the information that was provided to me by Matakanui is that Macraes has produced 5 million ounces in its mine life to date and has 3 million ounces of reserves that are predicted to still be in the ground effectively. And so for Matakanui to be sitting at 3 million ounces, and that project still has a large degree of exploration yet to happen, that does put it potentially on a similar scale to Macraes.
Yes, because we heard some evidence from Macrae's on the international significance of Macrae's, given the size of it. And I'm quite sure they didn't at the outset think they even had 5 million ounces, sorry, because that's been progressively expanded. So, yeah, I guess that potential is there for Matakanui also.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Matakanui's resource estimates are focused on one particular deposit known as the Rise and Shine deposit. They're also undertaking exploration focused in 4 other areas as well, which are all sort of local to the area.
I know that area, and one of the issues that has arisen, and Macrae's have raised it also, is probably straying from your evidence, but there will be historic mining in that location. Is that likely to be affected by this?
There are a large number of historic sites in and around the areas of Matakanui Gold's interest, and that will be a significant resource management issue for that particular project. During the exploration phase, those can be avoided. There's a lot of work going on in that space to identify the historic sites that are present in and around the resource, and also to classify those according to value. What we are finding, though, is that the historic sites are focused in areas where, as they call it, the old timers could access gold, which was close to the surface, whereas the resource that Matakanui are currently investigating is 50 plus meters below ground level. So resource that was inaccessible with older methods of mining. And so, yes, there's potential for disturbance, but there's also potential for avoidance.
Okay, yep. Thank you. But the only other thing was just clarification, really, because I understand your point around the locational, functional sort of issues that we've been raised with this quite a bit. The new paragraph 512 with the suggested policy drafting. I note, because you refer to, I think, probably Claire Hunter's drafting on OGL, Oceanic Gold Limited here. There's that, well, page 14. So I'm just trying to work out what you prefer, the one in your 5.12 as opposed to the one dated 21 July or not. I was just a bit confused about that.
Yeah, I just thought it was clearer, to be fair. I thought, I don't have Claire Hunter's 21 June one in front of me, but I reviewed that drafting and just thought that we could add a little bit of extra clarity to it with the drafting that I put forward in 512.
Yeah, you've just reduced it down quite a bit.
Yeah. And I think kept the recognition for the functional and operational need, but left it more, I guess, broad, which I think is probably appropriate at the RPS level.
I can't recall whether Claire was continuing to promote that policy you referred to. I'd have to go back and look, but I haven't seen it in her evidence in front of us. So it may have been in your submission.
It was definitely addressed in their submission, and then in the later drafting that they provided in June last year. I haven't seen it in evidence presented to the hearing panel at this stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get a grasp on. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I don't have any real questions, but when did the name land at the mine? I know that there's a place called Matakanui, right, where you're at. But as I understand it, the mine used to be called Tinkers in the past.
I'm not sure, sorry. I haven't heard the name Tinkers before.
But I Googled it. And I did.
Possibly before my time. I'm not sure, I'm sorry.
So this is an interesting sort of, based on a theme where, you know, you sort of have a Pākehā name, then you give it the Māori name later on, kind of thing, you know. But I was interested to know a bit more about, but you don't know anything about that.
No, I'm sorry, I can't help.
Okay, thank you.
Matakanui is actually across the river. It's over the other.
It's the project area stretches from Bendigo on the northwest side of the Dunstan Ranges through to Ophir on the southeastern, and Matakanui is quite close to Ophir.
Well, on the Google thing, I saw that they showed the side of a building with the name Matakanui on the side, and I just assumed it was the settlement where the mine is. But
no, it's actually much closer to the township of Bendigo.
Here, it's over the range, over the other side of the range.
I can, yeah, it's over the other side of the range.
Hi, nice to see you again.
Hi.
Lots of reference to maps going on here. Look, I mean, I was just curious as to, you've got exploration permits at this stage. What are the sort of next steps and timing?
Additional exploration, mining permits probably in a couple of years, I'd say. It's quite difficult to predict because everything turns on results, and you don't know what the results are until they come in. But the results are looking quite positive at the moment, and the company at the moment is working on turning indicated resource into, I think the terminology is inferred, and then confirmed resource estimates, and all that needs to be done with additional exploration work, which is the current phase of the project.
And so is it too early to say at this stage? Is it likely to be sort of open cast or underground? I'm just sort of thinking, you know, we've heard quite a lot from Oceania Gold around sort of, you know, biodiversity offsetting and compensation, a lot of the ecological values on the site and various other things. We need to know at this stage what their approach would likely be.
Yes, is the bottom line. But I also think that the resource management issues for Matakanui will be a little bit different to those that Oceania manage. So for Matakanui, there might be more focus on, say, historic heritage and waterways and landscape, whereas Oceania, I know, have a number of wetlands and biodiversity values to contend with. So the issues are a little bit different.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
Yeah, I certainly have questions from the point of view of how these sort of projects from initiation might be staged. So you talked about the exploration permit, then the next being the mining permit. Is it normal to contemplate trying to obtain the mining permit prior to resource consenting, or are they done at the same time?
It depends on the project. Some projects get mining permits after resource consent. I think most large projects would get a mining permit first and then go through resource consent processes. The reason for that is there's a lot of feasibility study work that goes into mining permits, and that feasibility study work is necessary to inform the scientific work that you would then need for a resource consent. So for example, a feasibility study might include information like what type of mining operation it would be, open cast or underground, what type of processing it would be, where those facilities would be located. So all of that, I guess, operational information goes into a mining permit process, but is also necessary springboard, I guess, for doing the work needed to enter into a resource consent process. I think smaller mines are ones where I've seen do the resource consent first and mining permit second.
The area that you kindly you've said between Bendigo Ophir, that it's that doesn't really give an impression of where the northern and southern boundaries on that Dunstan.
Would it be helpful to either send the panel a map or
Absolutely, I think the exploration area that your client holds the permit for.
Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely, I can do that. If you gave me a few minutes, I could possibly put it up on a screen and share screens, but I'm not sure if that would work. I just need a couple of minutes to find the document, but if the panel prefers, I can send it through the hearing administrator.
Yeah, I think that's the best. And
Yeah.
I just rather took it from one of the answers. You were saying that the it's predominantly on the Clutha side rather than on the Manuherikia side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. No, look, thank you. Otherwise, I've got questions.
Okay, thank you.
So with that concludes us for this afternoon. And tomorrow morning, the 9 o'clock. Thanks.
9. I was going to ask about this